right, we are live. How is everybody this Friday afternoon? We are hitting Satisfactory. Working through Arasaka Tower. Have you guys noticed anything different? Let me know if you've noticed anything different. Hey, Logan. So, besides the very obvious different thing that's happening right now, I made some changes to how I record. Good morning from Norway. What time is it? What time is it in Norway? I imagine it's very early. It is still evening in the United States. But good morning. I've made some changes to how I do some recording. I'm testing some things that will make it a little bit easier for me to do some editing. And I got some changes coming and planned for 6 in the morning, 6 a.m. Nice. So 9, is that 9? And then 9 hours ahead. I've got some Saturday morning for you too, Logan. I've got some changes coming, guys. Good ones. If you like Satisfactory, that is. So we'll talk more about it. I'm still in the planning stages, but I feel really good. You ever like get to the point where you're thinking about something and you tell yourself you're going to keep thinking about it, like you're working through a problem or brainstorming about something, and you come across an idea and you're like, wow, I like that, but there's a big decision and I better not, like, you know, let me think about it for a little while, but you kind of know deep down that you don't need to think about it. I'm like that with this, and we'll talk more about it over the course of the next few weeks. But good things for the channel if you like Satisfactory and Star Rupture. Not so much if you like anything else. But the music is different, guys. Come on. The music is different. Now, let me know if anything feels different on the streaming side. I haven't dropped any frames, it doesn't look like. So, because again, I changed something pretty fundamental about how I'm recording. So there's, and I updated OBS and I had to rebuild some stuff. So if anything weird is happening, then let me know, but I think we should be okay. Hey dude, so I'm 60 today. Nice. Congrats, and clear of cancer 4 years this past week from recent scans. Just wanted to share with you. Well, that's awesome. Your birthday was almost April Fool's, huh? That was probably a joke for you growing up. My birthday is in a month. My birthday, and I talk about it, my birthday is 2, that's right, 2 cultural references. May the 4th be with you, and 1984. So, happy birthday, Mark. You've been around for a long time, and I appreciate it. 60, the big 60. You and Oki Sooner are very, very similarly aged. All right, let's get started here. We've got some work to do, guys. The general kind of my thought process, my general thought process here. Oh, also, by the way, I did load into the Star Wars save at the end of the last Satisfactory stream. Okay. I want to kind of make this factory that we're working on in Arasaka Tower a little bit of a throwback to how the factories, how I did my starter factory in my prior playthrough. Yeah, Oki, you were in Japan in 1984. Nice. How's the music level? Is it a little quiet? I bumped it just slightly. So what I did, let's start loading the cyberpunk save. And what I want to do is show you some pictures. What do I want? No. What do I want? Why is something is different? There we go. I want to show you some pictures that we took as kind of reference pictures of the Star Wars playthrough. So I like this. What I think I'm gonna do here, Minikin. What I think I want to do here is create this like free path that doesn't have anything connected to it. And I like this fencing and our yellow lights. And then I think I want our flying walkways to be just above the inside there, just like this, right? We have our walkway, and it's directly above the first step in, if that makes sense. And then we'll run lights under it, like we usually do, so we can get some bottom lighting and we can get some top lighting. And maybe we change those. Maybe we do like this, like a blue light coming down from the top and like a red light from the bottom. But I want to go with red, general factory blue white, and then our orange or yellow accent colors. So, but this is a general plan for this factory floor, right? And what I did is I leaned these up. I can do this again, very simple. I'll show you how I did this. I remember. I build these higher these days, not touching the floor, so we'll bring those up slightly. This is interesting. We could do this again. We might do this again, but we won't be double stacking, so we may not need those. We can play with the idea. Yeah, quick question. Can you tell me when your current save will complete approximately? So, that's tough to know. But I can tell you the work that I have left. And that is the rest of this, all of these floors. I think that'll go relatively quickly, if I'm honest. A couple of weeks. Because I'm not going to be streaming very much that isn't Satisfactory. Now, I haven't checked today. This is a long way to answer the question, okay? Because I have to kind of think about it a little bit. Star Rupture. Star Ruptures in public test branch. They did have a hot fix. Adjusted build cost, adjusted energy consumption, change requirements needed. Okay, fixed a crash that might occur. Okay, this is good. So the public test branch is progressing for Star Rupture. When Star Ruptures Update 1 hits the main branch, We are going to kick up the old team. We're going to get Melkor. We're going to get Nerd. We're going to get Mikey. And we are going to hit Friday night's Star Rupture. And we're going to do a full playthrough. We're going to take our time. We're going to go a lot further than we did in the last Star Rupture game. All right. Except for this, I am not going to play another game that isn't satisfactory until this playthrough is done. Friday nights, this is it. If I'm not feeling up to satisfactory on a Tuesday or Wednesday, I would rather just take a night off than play another game. All right. So, because if I can rest and hit the next day harder, you know, but we could very well see 3 satisfactory live streams a week. And until Star Rupture hits public, we can have 4. All right. Old school 4 a week. Billison, you didn't miss your streak, buddy. Of course you wouldn't. You're going to be like the freaking, I mean, when you miss, it'll be a tragedy. So that's why I think it's going to go pretty quick. All right. Because I'm going to stream Satisfactory a lot. I want to push through this. And the reason is because I do not know when 1.2 is going to hit public. I don't know. None of us do. It's an experimental. Oh, looks like Melkor was playing, figures. Melkor got an achievement, Spaghetti Master. Of course, Melkor. I cannot believe this happened. So I do not know when Satisfactory is going to hit 1.2, but I want to be done with this playthrough. I have a huge end of playthrough video plan that is going to take me weeks. Okay. So I need this playthrough to be done. I need to be taking a satisfactory break, even if it's just a couple of weeks. All right. So I can make that video and so I can play some other games. We're going to play probably Star Rupture still, hopefully, and Shapes 2, and maybe The Crust. That's about it. And then when 1.2 hits and Satisfactory Plus hit, is able to be played on 1.2, when both of those two things are true, I'm going to start a new, and maybe that's day 1, I'm going to start a new Satisfactory playthrough playing Satisfactory Plus. And actually, we've been keeping track of some ideas. By the way, we're going to retire this sheet and we're going to start a new one. Ideas for 1.2 Satisfactory Plus. Beat the game. I have not seen another content creator that has beaten the game. I'm sure there has been, but no big names have done it. Although I have heard that Kibitz had the same idea as me. I will say I announced my idea like 3 days before him, so he's copying me. I think that's pretty fair to say. So I'm going to do one giant mega factory, and it's going to be big because Satisfactory Plus is insane. It's basically infinitely hard. In my brain, I just assume it is going to be the most difficult thing I've ever done in a game. Logistically and dealing with all of that stuff, it's going to be hard. I'm not going to turn up the difficulty on anything. If I do, it'll be like 2x. I'm not going to do anything insane because I know that in 1.2 you can turn up difficulty. So maybe we double some things. I don't know. I'll see what Kibitz is doing. Maybe I'll make a harder version than him. But one big factory in the Dune Desert, one mega power factory in the Spire Coast. All right, so rocket fuel on the Spire Coast, or Satisfactory Plus's version of oil, the best oil producing power, right? I know it's not exactly a 1-to-1, but a big power plant on the Spire Coast using oil. All right. I don't think I'm going to do this. No trains. I've been thinking a lot about this. I think this is overly tedious. Now, I can use trucks. I will use trucks wherever I can. I'm not convinced that a no trains playthrough is the juice is worth the squeeze on that one. But the theme for the Mega Factory, industrial. Okay, we're not doing cyberpunk. We're not doing Star Wars. We're gonna make this shit look like a factory. Okay, and my inspiration is gonna be this. Okay, this is, oh man, I hate how they do this on Reddit. This is a oil refinery in the Bay Area, San Francisco Bay Area, just outside of, it's still the Bay Area, but it isn't really that close to San Francisco. It's a little town called Martinez, and this is right along the river that leads out to the ocean, right? The Delta. I just think this looks really cool. I like this. I like this blue and orange. And so maybe we go with that for our themes. We don't do strips of lighting. We've been doing a lot of strips of lighting in the cyberpunk. We do spots, okay, and lots of girders and smoke vents, and we just really lean into the factory. So I think we could go like that for our theme. It's a little bit more simple theme, and I think it'll look really good. And then hold on, I gotta update the chat. It broke again. So I think this is our main inspiration for the theme there on how the building looks. Nuclear. Whatever Satisfactory Plus's version of nuclear is, I think we're doing. I've never really done nuclear in either of my playthroughs. And again, it's not a 1-to-1. Satisfactory Plus is insanity. But whatever their version is, I think I go with it. I turn the music down slightly. And then I like this challenge here. No syncing byproducts directly. So Satisfactory Plus really leans into byproducts. When you make anything, you know how with aluminum you have the byproduct of water or silica? Basically, everything has a byproduct. Almost every single thing you make has a byproduct. And so I don't want to take the easy way out and just sink it. So we're gonna at least make one item and then sink the item, but no direct sinking of byproducts. So far, those are the ideas that I have. And obviously no pipe floor holes. So any other ideas, we can chat over the coming months, but that's what I have for the Satisfactory Plus playthrough. By the way, I think I know what I'm doing for the playthrough after Satisfactory Plus, but we can't talk about that yet. Okay, we've got some chat going. The factory, yes, Minikin, that is the refinery that you and I saw coming back from our trip to go see Project Hail Mary. Yep. Don't do 5x power, it's a nightmare. Do all pure for the mega build. I don't know. What we might do is, what about something like all pure nodes, but up difficulty. Right? So we make it so that every node that we touch, it's worth it, right? There's no like baby nodes, right? We have more materials to work with. but we have to we up the difficulty. Maybe. That's not a terrible idea. I kind of like that idea. Minikin says, hey, guess what? I wrote a short story and I was able to submit it to a writing contest. I didn't know you were doing that. How does your father not know that? Great plan. Yes, he was copying, obviously. Blue Crater. Maybe. I like the Dune Desert. There's so much more room there. Don't 5x power? Yeah. Yep, we saw that. Hey, Korthal. Oh, Okie Sooners, 5 construction gift memberships. Logan got a gift membership. Nice, you're here watching. Jose Gote, Magi Maxi, Tremendicio. We're all gifted. And Chris SoCal. We're all gifted memberships, and Minikin and Okie Sooner is golfing. No luck. Oh, there goes Ray again. Oh no, that wasn't Okie. That was Korthal. Sorry, Korthal. Wait, no. Oh my God, Korthal went. You guys are crazy. Korthal, Piper, Jamie, Recover IP, Scott Chappell, Shadow Parsley, and Amaze Spidey, all gifted memberships by Korthal. Yep, and another miss. No minis tonight. And Ray is going. Tyler Morris, 1999 Lacoste, Skiduts, and Thrash and Burn. So that's 15 gifted memberships. I appreciate it, you guys. You guys are, the 3 of you are like huge financial supporters. It's all in good fun, but I really appreciate every time you guys do stuff like that. I really do. Thank you. I am refocusing on growing the channel. We've been doing all this talking and we've gotten like nothing done, but and there goes Mikey with some bits. So I was reading an interesting book. In this book, Friday comes before Thursday. If you're interested about the book, it's called The Dictionary. Yeah, your 5x power in one end game machine with fully sloop cost around 900 to 100k power. Wow. Yeah, that's crazy. It seems more like that seems more than 5x. Anyway, let's get started here. There's a couple more things I want to chat about, but we got to get started. What we need to do, we need something. Machines by floor. Something like this. Refineries, constructors, foundries. Okay, what is the plan for the first floor? Basically, what I want to do is I want to figure out all the machines that we are going to be building on the first floor, and we'll do this by floor. And then I'll build them all out so we see what we have to do, and so we can kind of see how to arrange them and how much space we're gonna give each other, give ourselves, because I want to make sure that, you know, the factory looks nice. You got some big storms going? Well, stay safe, Okie. I don't know if I agree with you that Blue Crater for power is the best. I think Spire Coast, by definition, has more oil. I could randomize the nodes, though. I could randomize the nodes, but we may have enough more than we could chew already. But Blue Crater is very good, right? And it's very good because of the sulfur, coal, and oil. It's very good. It's very good. But there is more oil up here in the Spire Coast. But it is more spread out. I agree with you. Power in Blue Crater is extremely good. If we have to do a secondary power plant, I could definitely see that. No, I get it. And was turbo fuel a requirement in my rocket factory? You do need the sulfur. You don't need, and the coal. So yeah, it's whether you do turbo fuel or I don't really like doing turbo fuel factories. I would rather do a regular fuel factory to get us to rocket fuel. But again, everything goes out the window with Satisfactory Plus. We're gonna have to figure it out as we go. Okay. Aluminum and copper. You'd love to see the playthrough of the nodes randomized. Yeah, I'm considering it. Let's write that down. If I go all pure, that makes randomized nodes a little bit more stomachable. Does Satisfactory Tools have a Satisfactory Plus setting? I don't know. I don't think so. I don't think so. I do think there's a planner somewhere that you can use Satisfactory Plus, but I think we're gonna be no planning tools except Excel. I might be free balling. We may be going commando, guys. And we just figure it out. And I will basically build a planner in Excel to do it. Maybe I should do a poll that I won't follow. Nah, I just won't ask you guys what you think. The creators of Satisfactory Plus made an online planner. Okay, well, we'll check it out. Check it out. These are just ideas, right? These are like, I'm considering. But maybe we just do Excel. Maybe Excel, and you know what we could do? What's the name of the damn? What's the Satisfact modeler? So maybe we plan it in Excel and then we transfer it to modeler. Although I don't know if modeler probably doesn't have Satisfactory Plus. So I don't know. Just so that it's easier for me to show in the channel. Oh, Minikin sent me this. She wanted me to show you this. She has turned on allow gift memberships, just so that everybody knows. Anyway, just some thoughts. We can keep thinking about it. I see you over there, Mikey. I have started looking at the wiki. I have. Wait, close. I was unaware any were required. They are not. That's kind of my point. There is a modeler, but you have to download from the Discord. Okay, we'll talk more about it. What are we doing now? We gotta focus up. I keep getting distracted about talking about fun things. Okay, aluminum and copper. All right, so we want to be exporting. Let's do imports, exports, machines. Floor. Machine. Count. Import. Export. Okay, copper ore, bauxite, water, iron ore. And then let's figure out what we're going to be exporting. Right? The import export is our little defining the job of this floor. You know, what's our deliverables? What are we getting delivered and what do we need to deliver? By the way, oh, she's done, by the way. There's so much going on. You guys, we're it's okay. We're hanging out. The painting is finished. Let's look at it. I just finished talking about one thing, and then Korthal hits me with another thing to talk about. But that's okay. This is the final painting. This is the final version of my wife's painting. It is being submitted to an art show. And there you go. She actually also updated her website this weekend, or this last week. So if you haven't seen it, her website is Landscapes by Ashley. It's all been freshly updated. As you can see, the brand new painting is on there. Yes, she named it. I'm going to tell you, I just can't remember. Keeping Watch. That's what she named it. So the website's been totally redone. Here's her gallery. So it's an easy place to kind of, obviously she's done way more paintings than this. But this is like her gallery on ones that she's like sort of proud to show people, if that makes sense. My house is covered in canvases. I mean covered. By the way, she sold the doggo. She sold the doggo to somebody. The original. So there you go. This is the final. Dude, I know. I've been squirreling hard tonight. Yes, keeping watch. Okay. Let's try to actually do some Satisfactory. Export. I mean... All-clad aluminum sheets is an export. And aluminum casing is an export. Need coal? Gross. Ew. Ew. Thank you for the follow, Compudine. That sounds like a Terminator. That sounds like a Terminator reference. All right. That's all our exports are. Aluminum sheets and all-clad casing. Alum sheets, alum casing, coal. All right, refineries, constructors, foundries. Foundries. Iron, copper alloy ingot. Makes how many? A hundy. So 132 minus 500 is 511 minus 132. So we need 4. So 4 foundries for that. Any other foundries? We're gonna need assemblers. Okay, 4 foundries. Uh, 10 refineries. Uh, 28 smelters. And 7 plus 5, 13 assemblers. 28 and 13. Okay. I am feeling a problem here. We have our network. Okay, I guess the bauxite. All right. So what we could do is we could feed. A sushi belt. Sushi. What do you guys think of this playlist? I was right the first time? That never's true. I'm always right. Not necessarily the first time. Right, Minikin? Wait, 7 plus 5 is 12? How come nobody told me? Speaking of being right, see? I'm always right eventually. I kind of want to get a poster print of the kitty and the doggo. The doggo is unavailable. I don't know. I have to ask. I'll have to ask. Here, let me see. We might. I didn't want to step on Coffee Stain Studios. I was careful a little bit. Did we get a scan of doggo before we sold it? I don't want to list it like for mass production. If we got a scan, could we do one-offs? Yeah, we could do one-offs. Hey, Cube. We're halfway to the moon. I know. It's so badass, dude. I'm sorry. I'm a nerd. I love that shit. I am America, F yes, and humanity, F yes. I want to see us on Mars. I am all for it. I love that shit. I love it. Okay. We need to locate coal. I forgot about coal. Coal. I am. You know. And I think every person should be, whatever their country is, F yes. Like, if you're from Norway, you should be going Norway, F yes. That's what I think anyway. Call me old-fashioned. Don't make me talk about the metric system, because I will do it. I think it's really cool we're going to the moon. I really do. All right, we need the same setup here. Oh, did we ever turn on autosaves back on? Did we ever turn autosaves back on? Yeah. Okay. By the way, you know that's a joke from a movie. That's what Mikey and I are quoting. Team America, World Police. Orthal says the 3 needs: metric, right side driving, and single time zone without daylight savings. Again, if we're gonna make a change so fundamental to how we measure things, let's just throw away the time zones too. Okay, confirmed. The wife says we did get a scan of Doggo. All right, those are not listed. It's like a secret menu item at In-N-Out, okay? It's a secret menu item. Getting a Doggo print. Bro, why are they different heights? I know why. I know why. You have to look into the secret menu. Yeah. Technically around the moon. No. I know. We're eventually going to the moon, though. I worked with both. I don't hate them. I hate converting them or having a mixture. Yeah, converting them is not really that big of a deal. It's just math. It's not that big of a deal. You have to use math all the time to convert shit. Professionally. It's not that big of a deal, honestly. I use both as well. All mechanics do. Yeah, it's a second set of tools. Whatever, bro. It's way easier to get a second set of tools than it would be. Imagine every single bolt in every old bridge is on standard. Every measurement done to every road, everybody's property lines in the tax in the tax assessor records done with feet and miles. The roads are laid out when they built the. I started a rant. I am squirreling hard today. All right, so we're gonna talk about this. $640. What's the square root of 640? Square mile 25. 640 acres in a square mile. Exactly, by the way. Okay, it doesn't work out. It doesn't have a square root. When they what's a hectare? What's a hectare? I can't remember how these worked out. I can't remember. There is so a square mile. Basically, when they divvied up the land, okay, like this. I can't remember the details, but it's something like this, right? You have 640 acres in these square mile chunks, and this is how people's land values were, right? That's not square. This is what people's land values were. And then when they made the main roads, okay, you don't want to take all the land from one dude, right? So what you do, where do you put the road? Well, you put the road right in the middle. Right, so half of this guy and half of this guy have to give up some land for the road. Okay, well, later when you put in the giant ass freeway, you know, and then by the way, the next road, the roads go in every square mile, right? And they go like this too. Okay, and guess what? When you put a freeway in, guess how far apart all the roads are? They're all 1 mile apart. Okay? Every freeway has a mile marker, right? Like I get it. There's a lot, okay? We can't move the roads, right? Everything's like a mile apart. Like, not everything, but a big chunk of, especially across the Midwest and these places that haven't had a ton of development. I'm just saying, when you start to think about like what it would actually, you know, and so then you have to do all of those conversions. Now they're all like not right numbers. They're not even numbers anymore. Like, it just sets off my OCD, guys. Yeah, okay, you're talking about wasting time on the conversion, Mikey. I get that. But think of all the time and the money that it would take to change everything. You have to redo all conversions. And these are all legacy systems. Killer bot. BHBRT redeemed every reward. Stop a rant. All right. All right. Guess I'll let it go. Listen, last thing. Last thing. There are two kinds of countries in the world. Those that use the metric system and those that have been to the moon. Sorry. I don't make the rules. All right. We got the coal in place. Actually, I got an idea. Let's just do... We need some infrastructure underneath. Anthony, curbs, sidewalks, roads, bridges, everything concrete is your job. That's really cool, actually. It's very cool. YE. What's YE? You should be watching me live, nothing else. Yeah, Mikey, you're gonna have to do the math anyway. I don't really see the yeah, I don't know. I just don't know. Because there's math. There's math for everything. You know, if you're just gonna do it anyway, then like, I don't know. It's a lot. I think if you ever, and by the way, who would pay for it? Who's paying for it? I don't want to pay for it. I don't know. I think as time goes on, in 100 years, now, when we add new things, can those be metric? I have no problems with that. No problems whatsoever. But we shouldn't be changing old things. You know, like when we do science, it's in metric. I mean, there's so many things in metric, guys. A lot of the rest of the world doesn't understand that a big chunk of what happens in the United States is already metric, and it'll. I know what WTF's a kilometer. Yeah, it's funny. Thing is, yeah, don't be shellfish. I don't know what YE is, but that's good enough for now. Okay, what's the first thing we have to do when the money comes in? It's foundries, right? Refineries, smelters. It's really refineries and smelters. Foundries can be separate. Last thing is the assemblers. You can go assemblers here. 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12. Can we fit our refineries this way? What's our number? 10. Yes. Feels a little tight, though. Feels a little unnecessarily tight, perhaps. But that is cool right next to the door. Let's do foundries on the far side. Only 4 of them. We can fit the foundries in wherever. 28 smelters, right? We have a lot of room here. Let's spread these out a little bit. And run them along this wall. Let's leave this for passing up and down and through. Let's leave room for little room around the edge. I still do Satisfactory mid-rant. Yes, it is. The music's slightly different. We are watching... Hold on, I don't want you guys to see what kind of based... throwing that word around a lot for funsies. Oh, by the way. If you guys are Trackmania people... this is on my YouTube playlist, by the way. It's me. Freaking retrowave music, burnt peanut, and some other BS. So this right here, if you're into the Trackmania, you have to watch this. This guy set Trackmania to Claire de Lune. Like, it is insane. Like, it's perfectly timed to the music. We can't play it because of copyright, but anyway. So the old playlist, wipe out audio. By the way, this is going to be the playlist I use in the 1.2. I'm kind of testing it out tonight. The old playlist was this guy, Algorithm, 4.5 hour synthwave mix. This one is... Uh-oh. Ultimate 80s synthwave playlist. It's 5 hours and 7 minutes. Different mix of songs. There's different songs in there. I like it. I like it. So it's going to be, and I use some of the songs from this playlist in my video, my new video. Dealing with 10,000ths of an inch. Who cares? It's just a number, Mikey. You need the precision anyway. 2/10. it doesn't, like, you need that precision anyway. Millimeters are for the daily use, yeah. Yeah, but fractions, all the metric system is fractions. You can do thousandths of an inch if you're a machinist. Anyway, oh, another thing I want to tell you guys about. Sorry, we're doing a thing today. I've got a new video up. It is a voiceover version of my tour for the last factories. Check that out. Watch it all the way through. Like it if you want. If you haven't seen it already, it is the same tour, but I added a voiceover. Okay, so we only need 10. $22. So I have to delete 12. It's 13. What if we do a little underclocking here? We really need... five and 5 with a break in the middle. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. You did thousands when you're in the printing industry? I bet. 11 from the wall. It has the same vibe and it slaps just as hard. Yeah, and it's a little different. 2, 3, 4, 5. Okay. All right, I like this spot for the refineries. I think this is an end game spot for the refineries. Gotta find how to deal with the big fatties. 28 smelters. 2 rows. It was really fun when the German text would leave the machine to metric and you just switch to the metric side of your loop. The operators would throw a fit. I mean, you know, we figured it out. I think, honestly, you know, everybody that does metric only, you know, likes to shit on America that we're not smart enough to adopt the metric system, when in fact, they're not smart enough to be able to convert between two. And we do that. So that's, I'm just saying. Eagles per freedom burger. That sounds good to me. All right, where's our clearance? Theoretically, we're in this area. I don't like where I placed this. All right, let's check. Let's do an assembler. We could just redo the flooring there. I don't want to do 3 whole. empties of space. We could do 2. And then we rip this up. Do this. Come in with this bad boy. What's our picture like? White factory. Yep. Taking inspiration from my own factory. Hey, bad call. Hard to believe it's happening. What's happening? My friend got me addicted to veggie straws dipped in horseradish mustard. Well, you know, Mikey, as long as you're enjoying yourself. Should we change up the texture? Yeah, this is the last one. Thank you for the follow. And thank you for the resub. Bad call. We're kind of, so one of the things, the reason the first floor is so important is that we're setting the tone and the rules that we're going to need to follow on all the rest of the floors. Okay? And look, the fact of the matter is we have a shit ton of space. We have so much space. So let's not waste it. Let's use it for aesthetics. Let's make it look roomy. Let's make it look organized. Let's have some fun with it, right? And so we're trying to design that. Don't flatter yourself. I only subbed so that you can harass me in the premium Discord channel. It's true. YouTube chat is rowdy. Can you make a black mat? Yeah, I definitely could. I would probably do like, I guess the carbon is kind of like black mat. This is a black mat. Or we could change to this. Right? There we go. That's a black mat. We could do... I don't know if I like this. A gorilla builder. What's I don't know what you're saying. Make the walkway red. The walkway, I think. Well, the walkway is, the idea is that the walkway goes here. You can actually put the walkway in. Let's get the height right. 1 or 2? I think 2. So I was thinking with the walkway going with, I mean, we got to get the lights in. If we're gonna design, I mean, we're doing design work right now. I really appreciate that the floors are big enough for me to just build one of these in the floor, but I have to leave. That's good you're not hurting, Mikey. Glad to hear that. Where is... have a blueprint for it. I don't remember what it was called. Catwalk lights, maybe? Here. Catwalk set. Okay. I'm gonna go with a little bit cleaner look, cleaner version. What about making the black and crimson red? Just like red on red? We have red on yellow already made. Red on yellow isn't bad. Red, black, and white. Sure. I think we go main white, our main blue light here, guys. What about this? Hope I had a good week. Super busy at work. But, I mean, the only thing worse than being busy at work is not being busy at work. I like the black rails with the red fittings. I think I do too. Problem with red, right? It's a little bit goes a long way, doesn't it? And I'm thinking this is the side that faces the machines. Ultra Dub Official. The more I see you play, the more I want to get back to finishing your 100% of the game. I've got a save where I'm 200 hours playtime, early phase 5. Need so much motivation to keep going. I understand that, dude. I truly do. Arasaka. Rail lighting. Rail lighting and infrastructure for Arasaka Tower Factory. Catwalks. Bro, how do we not have a black? I have a lot of experience in this game, and it's a hell of a lot easier to not include the rails. To make the catwalks. To make the catwalks ahead of time. I've played this game before. Any tips to get the motivation for it? Yeah, you could start a YouTube channel like me. You should join my Discord, man. Join my Discord. There is a section for community creations. Get in there. A lot of people, it's basically a support group for people wanting motivation to finish their saves. So get in there, post pictures. People are going to come in there. You can talk to them, get some ideas. It's like a forum style Discord section. And then when you're done, you can share pictures. To me, I'm going to be honest with you. If I didn't have a channel like this, I wouldn't finish this save either, because I have nobody to share. I would have nobody to share it with. So find a little community. You can use mine. There are others where you can build some cool shit and then share it with other people who appreciate cool shit. Hell, maybe I even do factory tours at some point, or run a contest maybe for factory tours. I've talked about it. It's thundering. Your house is shaking. It's cool and terrifying. See how much easier it is to just lock into a pre-existing set of rails. I built it backwards, I think. No, we're okay. All right, yeah, see? That's what I wanted. I wanted the subtle red lighting to be shining on the machines. So we have red But down here is like, bro, that's red. Up here, it's here, but it's more subtle. All right. So far, so good. There's two. I'm outsmarting myself, which I do all the time. Now they're repeatable, right? We have one and then a deal and then two, a deal and then one. And so the one plus the one is the same as that. Okay, so let's save this. We don't need that, huh? If storms are almost to your house, nothing crazy tonight, just rumblers. That's good. That's good. Yeah, I've thought about it. I mean, I make music, so I've already got your channel. Okay, cool. But I need to start releasing. Can't stay at the same spot any longer. Yeah. I mean, well, you also don't. You know, you probably also don't want to mix. You know, content. You probably need a new channel. I think that's what you were saying. Honestly, just come over to Discord, hang out, share what you got. You know, we have mostly good people there. Mikey excluded. Mikey accepted. I feel like these need to be a little bit brighter. That's just neon red. We may have to make an exception. Let's see. That's why we're doing testing here. And we kind of have to test at scale. I've run into that where, like, I try a very small section and I'm like, oh, this isn't bright enough. So I make it really bright or something, or I get it to where I like it. And then I copy that same thing over and over and over and over and over again. And then, you know, you've got a whole greater than the sum of the parts kind of thing happening. I think we go with the good shine down the middle. I like this song. I like it so much I put it in my video. What you could do, you could make a new Satisfactory channel that is just showcasing your build, no voiceover, and then you play your own music from your other channel, right? So you can like cross-pollinate. You're your own music producer. And then you could copyright claim yourself. really wish that we could put paint on halvesies like this. It would really, really solve my problem. Are gonna have to do some pipe shenanigans. Path or no path? Kind of like the no path. I don't think we have. I kind of like that. What do you guys think about that? All right, couple options here. This option, white asphalt, shiny black asphalt, white, or white asphalt, white asphalt, white. Hey, Farva, what's that place you like? You know, with all the shit on the walls? Shenanigans? Best build yet. Yeah, all right, what do you think? I want the shine. I like the idea of a texture difference here. I suppose could go asphalt here. We also need to be careful. I need to make everything 1 meters here. We have to figure that out. I don't like this. Those are our two options, guys. Make room for the factory carts. Yeah, I think we could do factory carts. underneath. Make little spaces for the cross. Or we just run them. Arasaka Tower has a lot of dark surfaces inside. I was worried. We already have black walls. Why not in yards? Black in the middle. I'm leaning towards black in the middle. Yes, they can be automated. I'm leaning towards this setup right here. White factory floor space where the actual machines are. The other thing we could do is we could basically do this border. Yeah, keep the production spaces white. Right. We could easily do this border, like fencing them in. So like let's start actually thinking about doing this correctly. I don't know what's wrong with my butt. My fingers. This is why we do 2 meters, so that we can almost want to do another fence, but we're gonna bleed over this line in some areas, and I think that's okay. Black, red, and white. Touch of blue. Right, and we have the accent yellow. After logistics, you almost want 2 foundations wide. Yeah, but that I got to be really careful about making rows that wide, because we have other floors to incorporate this into. Now, there is an amount, like, we could do... There's some silly things that can be done here. I don't think I'm going to. Focus on the pathing. We could get some more lighting, like, on the sides here. We could do these rails along the back. I think I am decided. Yeah. Well, everybody tries without seeing the belts. True. We are putting the belts in the logistics floor below. I haven't done a logistics floor factory in forever. The last like 4 builds, you've seen the belts, right? So, does the 2 meter flooring give you more versatility than the 4 meter? It gives you more than the 1 meter. The 4 meter is a little fat for me. I don't know if you necessarily need the 4 meter flooring. All right, let's rip all this up because we have to do the 1 meter versions of it all. Screw this. Hey, thank you for the sub, Oki. I appreciate it. On Twitch. All right, OBS disconnected, but we're back. Everybody back? Everybody good? We're still live? No, okay, I think that was me. That one was me. I have to reload stuff. I like this idea of a border. Maybe, you know, we could run factory carts back here. Centered this. 13. Then we're missing 2. So it should be 12. It is. And why? Oh, I guess we do have this extra space here. Okay. I do like having this asphalt space be kind of like let me cook. Well, that's happening. I like it a lot. Can we see through? Yeah, can't have that. Exactly the opposite of what I want. Guys, this is a start. I never decorated much because of the Z fighting. Well, you know the trick to get rid of Z fighting, right? You've seen that. You've seen me do that, right? Eric, how you doing? I just saw your chat. You're up in Missouri waiting for the storms to get there. Corthal's in Missouri. I don't know if he's still hanging around in voice chat after causing me to, you know, chase like 4 different conversations earlier. I always appreciate you guys chatting. It is 10 times easier to provide content when you know, you guys are chatting with me. Yeah, I figured he was still here. So Anthony, have you seen my Z fight, how to fix Z fighting? Or is anybody watching now want me to show you my fix for Z fighting? I've done it a lot, but there's new people all the time. So just let me know. I think we're going to do something like this. Right. Okie State. You wondering about the weather? Sure, why not? All right. I can always ignore messages. Oh, I do. Trust me. All right, let's take a Z fight here. Okay. All right. What is Z fighting? Z fighting is when you have two foundations stacked on top of each other, so and taking up the same space so precisely in this area here that the game doesn't know whether to show the top of this one or the top of that one. Okay? I mean, if you look at it, it's flashing back and forth. It can't decide. It doesn't know. It's saying, oh my God, these are at the same pixel and we can't decide which one to do. Oh my God. Okay? The fix for Z fighting is to take one of these and raise it up even like 1 pixel, 1 or 2 pixels. And then what you get is you get, can we zoom in? Is that possible? You shit. You get something more like this. All right, and then it knows, okay, in that section to use the other one. So that's what we're doing. We're raising one of them up a little bit more, even just a couple pixels, so that the game can recognize that, oh, that's what we should put on top. We don't have to be undecided about it anymore. Okay, we're gonna go with that. All right, so that's what we're trying to do. So there's a simple cheat for that. I don't know why this works, but it does. All right, I'll show you 2 methods. I'll show you the quickie that works 9 times out of 10 in most cases, and then I'll show you the more manual way that has more customization to it, but it takes longer. All right, so the one that you want to raise up, you look at the foundation and you build a pillar. It doesn't have to be in the center, but if you can put it in the center, it makes it a little easier. So you look at the one that you want to raise up and you build a pillar on it. Boom. Then you delete. And then you rebuild the same thing, now looking at the pillar. This should give you 1 pixel higher. Now there's no Z fighting. It clearly knows to take this one over that one. We have raised this one up. That works most of the time. Sometimes when you have different like material types, some material types have naturally a higher are higher than the other ones, and so sometimes 1 pixel ain't cutting the mustard for whatever reason. Okay, so what I do in those cases, very, very, very similar, starts off the same way. Okay, and then I take a wall piece. The nice thing about these wall pieces against a pillar is, look, customize. All right, what you do is you look. Yes. No, not a wall piece. Not a wall piece. I haven't done it in a while. A barrier. And you go just into the white. In your case, the yellow might be red, but just out of soft clip. Okay, just out of soft clip. And that's going to bring that road barrier up just a hair above your foundation. Build. And then rebuild and look at that thing just like we did before. And get you the same thing. Now this one's more customizable because if you need it to be even higher, then you just poke it up past where it's not soft clipping and then a little bit more. And then that allows you to customize your height of your foundations. I use that all the time. On a large scale, you like your wide open blocky game solo? Hey, it's, you know, it's your place. Nice. You guys talking about storms? Currently working on your first factory after 1,400 plus hours of learning Satisfactory. The factory's called Big Iron. Bro, I know. I talk to new people, people that just recently started this game all the time, and they're like, I got 200 hours. And I'm like, oh, you know, you sweet summer child. You know, what a newbie. But I do basically consider the first 1,000 hours of Satisfactory to be newbie phase. Like you can't really build. It's really difficult to build like a real factory, like that looks nice that you're happy with, until you're past 1,000 hours. It's really hard. It takes a lot of time. All right. I need another blueprint here, so we're gonna steal. Let's do one foundation's worth. We're gonna have these end caps. And then I run factory carts in this black area. We have a walking area. We'll need some ways to get up instead of down as well. You're doing pure nodes next save. I have about 500, I think. Simply beat it. Nothing fancy. Yeah. Yeah. You should definitely just beat the game. Nothing fancy, right? Get a win under your belt. You tried to do a build that was way out of your league. Man, I've been there. I did my very first Star Destroyer, and man, it like broke me. But you know, now I could do it and it wouldn't be a big deal, right? You do have to challenge yourself, but you know, don't try to take 5 steps at once. And it's hard to know how much you challenge yourself. You need to watch the pros more. If you have any specific, listen. Looking. I was gonna say look and listen. Looking. Getting better at this game is learning about, especially like not the logistics part of the game, like not about making factories work, but like the stuff we're doing today, like making stuff look really cool and unique. It's all about, I would say, somewhere between like 30 or 40 different little tricks. Okay, lots of little tricks. And then applying those tricks in your way, right? I'm showing, like, I'll give you an example. What's one of those tricks? Well, fixing the Z fighting is one. What's another one? Taking your floors and splitting them in 1 meter and 1 meter so that you can have a nice clean ceiling on this floor and do whatever the hell you want up here. What's another trick? Taking these lights and leaning them because you've built a beam and rolling the beam, and then you build them against the face of the beam. What's another trick? Taking some lighting and putting them underneath your catwalks. Okay, what's another trick? Attaching catwalks like this across 2 different, which is actually really cool, and I might do that. And that gives me an excuse for lighting back there. I may have to do that. I was talking shit about some tricks, and I like how that looks. Let's make a 1 foundation version. Ooh, I like this. Let's rock out a little bit. Start over. All right, I think that song's over. That was cool. We should do that more often. That was fun. Just take like 3 minutes and like turn the music up. I'm definitely gonna do that more often. I've got a physical little mixer board, and I can change the volume for you guys and for myself like very quickly. I don't know why that copy paste didn't work. Yeah, did you like that cube? I should do that more often, because I don't need to talk all the time. Like maybe like once an hour, right? Like when I hear a song that I like, you know, how was the volume on that turn up? I think I went to 60 and I'm at 42. So it was a good one. And you know, you know what was fun? You know what I noticed? I was watching a big streamer who shall remain nameless play Schedule 1. And Schedule 1 is really cool in that it has as kind of a section. It plays like one song a day, right? And so it's like in the morning, like you know, and that music hits and it's like a jam. Like it's really cool. And he had it really loud, right? And so whenever that music would hit, he wouldn't talk and he would just let the music, you know, go. It was really cool. And then everybody basically did that thing, you know, your little dancing guy. Anyway, it was a cool jam. And I you know, it changes up the stream for like, you know, 3 minutes. This game is hard. This game has a very high ceiling. This game is like something like, you know, something like chess, where the moves that you can do, you can learn in an hour, but like you can't really learn the game in an hour. You know, you could play the game in an hour, but you can't learn the game in an hour. You know, a few Satisfactory streamers. That's cool. I didn't know. I just thought that song sounded cool, and then I was thinking about how that guy just jammed out to the Schedule 1 songs. That's what really drew me to this channel. You take the time to explain things like this. Thank you for that. I finished the game, but I wanted to go finish your builds. Yeah, I can understand that too. And again, if you're looking, I said this earlier to somebody, if you're looking for like, motivation is kind of a lame word, but like if you are looking for motivation to kind of help you, my Discord has a little section. Yeah, that gets some red light back there. That is a banger of a fix. A section where you can post your creations, and a lot of people get in there and they chat, and you can ask for advice on, you know, hey, what should I do with this? Do you guys like this? And it's just kind of fun. It's a way to share. Like, obviously I get to share my shit with you guys all the time. But like, you know, not everybody has a YouTube channel. right? I really like that. We got raided. Biggest raid we've ever gotten. Gatsby Gaming 420, raided with a party of 2. More factory building. Nice. Satisfactory. Gatsby, are you on 1.2 or are you still rocking 1.1? All right. Guys, I think we have our basic infrastructure. We're going to leave this undone for now because we don't know exactly what we're going to do with the rest of it yet. No, I'm just kidding. I'm just kidding. No, I appreciate it, of course. The Gatsby raid. Yeah, welcome, guys. We are working on the Arasaka Tower factory, and I'm kind of trying to wrap my brain around how I want to tackle some of these design, like how I want to design the entire each floor, like a design, an aesthetic choice, and it's coming in. We are getting there. You're not. You're on 1.1. All right. If you were on 1.2, you would have had to done it on purpose. It doesn't. It didn't count all your view bots. Pfft. Ridiculous. I think we build out our pathways here. And then it'll help us determine really what we want to do. And we'll have plenty of room because, again, we have the luxury of having a lot of space in this factory. So let's use it. Still no mod updates. I know. I check every day. Well, almost every day. Ken, if you're view botting, you need some help, son. Yes. Yeah, that's me, view botting. I think the joke was on the Twitch side that the raid, when he raided, it didn't bring over his view bots. I think that was the joke. I think new players should spend a good amount of time watching playthroughs, tutorials, tips before actually diving into the game. There's so much of the game. I mean, technical aspect of it. Well, I would take a more measured approach. I would say, if I could record a 30-second video that every new player got to see when they loaded the game, here's what I would say. I would say, get in, enjoy the game, take your time. You will get to a point where you get stuck, you get overwhelmed, or you find yourself not able to accomplish something technical that you would like to do. When you get there, we'll be waiting for you on YouTube. Get as far as you can on your own. And then I would also include my most important advice that I heard Bits say before I even started a channel when I was watching him. And that is, if you don't like something, delete it. Do not live with something in this game that you don't like. Just rebuild it. There's no rush. There's infinite resources. There's infinite time. There's infinite space. It's called satisfactory. Make sure what you're building is satisfactory to you. You'll enjoy the game much more. Because if you leave something unfinished, then you're going to, it's going to irritate the shit out of you every time you walk by it. Being good at Satisfactory is a skill. Oh, 100%. That's, you need 1,000 hours before you're not a noob anymore. Like easily. The last bit is the best satisfactory advice. It really is. It will really invigorate your love for the game if you allow yourself the freedom to delete things that you don't enjoy looking at. However, if you don't mind it, if you're a spaghetti monster, that's fine too. Beat the game in any way that will keep you playing. You know, that's the greatest part about this game. It's yours. Now here's the question that I've been pondering. Sure, you're dissatisfied with the build, but what if me deleting the build is even more dissatisfactory to your clingy brain? That's why people start over. That's why people do endless restarts. There is a measure of balance that you have to have, right? But if you get to the point where you just cannot see yourself finishing a save, and every factory you look at, you go, oh my God, if I could rebuild this, it would be 1,000 times better. You could either take the time to tear it all down or delete it all. You could go into Satisfactory tools and not tools, but the editor, and delete everything, right? Delete whole factories, or just start over. Who cares? Who gives a shit? Start over. Okay, I haven't beaten the game. This is like my 7th playthrough. I haven't beaten the game. Who gives a shit? Do what you want. It's your time. You know? Let's go ahead with thick boys here. Yep. Our time on this earth is fleeting. Enjoy your time. Do what you want with it. You get home from work, you know? I have a couple of little stories on this, right? Like, when I was in college, high school and college, mostly college, and even like, not really after college, but this was mostly college. Like my, we're going to do a pass straight down the middle as well. Let's plan out the rest of this before we go any further. When I was playing Call of Duty a lot in college, and, me and my brothers, and we were all playing and stuff. And like one of my parents, like friends said something like, are you okay with them like playing all these games or whatever? And, the classic, like, gaming will rot your brain kind of a thing. And my mom told him, look, at least they're at home. They're not out drinking. They're having fun. They're dudes. Leave them alone. Basically. She also said, men are designed to be good at two things, making babies and making war. And I'd rather he be making war in his, in his bedroom than making babies in his bedroom. So, I could see that as as a parent of 3 boys. What if deleting the factory will brick the entire world? Well, that's when people start over. That's probably the number one advice I adopted from you. If you don't like it, delete it. Well, I adopted that from Bits. Or you could just pave over it since your starter factory is mainly flat. Yeah, do it like they do in the real world, right? Like, there's cities in Europe that just have stacks of old cities under them. Just pave over that shit. Which is also kind of cool because you can kind of descend into your like through the layers and see how shitty you used to build. As long as the boy doesn't cuss like you did at his age, yeah. Yeah. All right, let's plan this beast. Do we like this 4-quadrant setup? We have to put this road in. Let's do the stuff we know we have to do. That got you rolling. Oh, making war and making babies? Yeah. And then, people have asked, my wife, because I'm doing this now, right? It's Friday night, and at 9 p.m., I'm in here. I'm doing this. At 9 p.m. on a Saturday, I'm in here doing this. I got 5 kids. I got a wife. I love seeing them. I love spending time with them. We could be watching a movie. Well, not right now. It's midnight, but you see what I'm saying? But my wife, it was her I think one of her dumb extended family members was basically like halfway backing on what I do as a side hustle, right? And she's like, my husband used to drive Lyft. I drove Lyft for 3.5, 4 years. I was gone every Friday and Saturday night. I would come home from work, eat a little bit of dinner. Sometimes I would leave from work. I'd come home from work, eat a little bit of dinner, and I'd be out at 8 p.m., 7 p.m. driving. I did it on holidays because holidays was the best money, except for Thanksgiving and Christmas. But like 4th of July, New Year's, right? Halloween, right? People are out partying. I did the Friday night and Saturday night late night partiers. And because it paid the best. I went out for concerts. I went out. Sacramento has a new arena that hosts concerts. I remember doing. I did Bad Bunny once. I did Taylor Swift. I did a UFC thing. I made a lot of money there because our Sacramento boy won. I was gone. Right now, I made better money doing that than I make doing this for now. But I wasn't home. I'm home. And my wife is like, he's here, he's home. And it makes a difference, So I'm glad I'm able to do that. This section, I feel like we go with our 4 foundries. And there's risk. I'm out. Car accidents, there's cost. I bought a car just for Lyft, drove it for 4 years, and it was dead, and then I quit. There's risk, you know, and now, you know, I don't have that risk. What's this? Okay, let's kill this back one. Okay, let's continue this. I can't remember why I started down that tangent. You could go thick boy here. Kind of like some of these are thicker. Guy I know broke both legs in an accident. That sucks. Really sucks. I mean, I think we do our foundries here, right? How many do we have? Not that. Yeah, 4. You know what? I think we are going to do rails, a perimeter rail. I think we are. I think we're going to do it. Eight. Okay. I was laying in bed watching, and now you got convinced to play Satisfactory at midnight? Dang it. I'm a man of the people. What can I say? There is a racing event for Satisfactory, and I did get invited. I'm a part of it. I'm gonna be honest with you guys. I have a lot going on in the life right now. I'm working on something that I haven't told you guys yet. In time, it will all become clear. It's taking a lot of concentration for me. I am sort of recommitting to Satisfactory and editing. I stayed up all night last night, changing the way I record videos. I'm basically recording 2 video tracks. So instead of recording what you're seeing exactly, which is my face over the top of the video, I'm recording the game, and then I'm also recording my face, so I can make edits with two track channels, two video channels, right? It'll totally change the way I'm going to edit. And Satisfactory the movie, I'm not working on that. I stayed up all night last night doing that, and my work is really going crazy. My wife's art journey, becoming a professional artist and teacher, is shooting off right now. There's a lot going on in the family, a lot going on with my life, and I got invited. And would I work on that on a Tuesday night stream? Like, absolutely. I don't know really what to do yet. Does that make sense? So I want to be a part of it. I'm just not exactly plugged in as well as I should, because I've just been really distracted. Never mentioned it. I was not a fan of the style of the voiceover. Oh, the voiceover. Do you mean, what are we talking about? The video that I made, my voiceover. Gotta split this. We split it here. Oh, you're talking about mine. Hey, I just sat down and recorded that baby. So, yeah, I mean, I didn't do a script with that, because when I'm reading off a script, it's worse. Monotone. Yeah, I mean, the biggest thing, it's tough, right? Because I have to try to fit in as much information as I can in 12 minutes. But I'm happy to take the constructive criticism, but it is something that I'm already aware of, which is I don't do recorded videos as well as I do live streams. So guess what? I do a lot more live streams. You know what I mean? But having said that, I need those videos. I think we do this, guys. I think this makes sense. All right, we have our refineries. We have probably too much room for the 28 smelters, 12 assemblers. We run our assemblers through here. I'm actually... 2 rows of 14. Smelters are so skinny. It's perhaps not ideal. You like nachos? Does it help with your distraction? That's just the way Kin is, and that's okay. Yeah, I mean, I can always get better at voiceovers. I think that'll always be true. But I definitely have more practice. That's why, honestly, it's one of the reasons why I'm looking for an editor that can take these live streams and turn them into smaller videos rather than me making videos that are separate from these live streams, right? Because I'm not talking to anybody when I do those voiceovers. I'm just trying to get information out. So there's definitely less room for personality in there. All right, what if we make some changes here? There's not a lot that we can do with this space. What if we eat into this space a little bit more and then not do anything with it? Maybe I need speech training. Guess what the speech training is? It's doing more voiceovers. I don't know. I didn't think the voiceover was so bad that I can't do it again until I get speech training. I'm actually a trained I am a singer, actually. Kind of. More than kind of. Not professional. My sister is. But yeah. Honestly, how I recorded that, here's the deal. I had 3 hours to record that video because I took Tuesday off from streaming. So you know what I did? I played my video. I talked through it as I would if I was doing a tour. I edited it out and I hit print because that's really all the time I had for it. You know, and that's really the issue. I have to find ways of getting the content done. Because guess what? There's another stream tomorrow and another stream tomorrow. And you know what I mean? Like, I have to just go. Ooh, I know what we could do there. Yeah, we can do a fun corner here. I haven't done that trick in a long time, actually. It's a really cool trick. I'll show it to you guys in a sec. Remember your comment about ignoring comments? That's fine. Yeah, we're going to do something fun with that. I like this better. Is this just all dead space back here? We can use this to go down and come up. It's tough because the shape doesn't make for much usefulness. All right, before we decide, let's fix this edge right here. And we're going to, I want to show you guys this trick. I love this trick. It will make an ugliness on the bottom. I might be able to do a workaround. I think it's worth it. There you go. Look at that. That is very cool. So just real quick, I put a 2 ramp, down corner ramp, and then in the opposite corner, I did a 1 meter down corner. You can't do 2 and 2s because I would prefer to do 1 and 1, right? I would love to do 1 and 1 because it's going to create a little bit of funk right here, down here, but it's not the end of the world. I could just do a black, you know, we'll figure it out. But it would be better because I have to eat into my. I'm trying to make anything that only the top is supposed to see only a 1 meter. Make peace and the force be with you. Good night. All right. Korthal. Korthal's going to bed. All right. Have a good night, Korthal. Is it just me or do you miss the old Sam or texture a little? I'm not sure if I remember it enough to miss it. Maybe it's just you. Oh, I forgot to change this. Oh, shit. When you do concrete, you always split the difference. Same applies here. Yeah, on the 1 meter, 2 meter things. On the thickness. It allows you more. There's another reason as well. Watch if I take I'll show you guys something. It doesn't really matter the distance that you go, but if you like using foundations to move power, it always hangs down on a 1 meter. Always. You can always see it. So, another reason to use the 2 meters, because they fully hide the wire. All right, what the hell am I doing? Did I save it already? Did I fix it? Yep, I did. Ah, it's backwards. Even if that was the only reason, that's the reason I started doing it. Yeah, 2 meters. I don't do 1 meter thick floors anymore. I've just run into too many problems. You can also hide. There's some other hiding that you can do. In 2 meters. Ah. Starting to look like a factory, boys. All right, let's do the blueprint in the middle here. And we are going to actually set this bad boy on the hotbar. On the catwalk. And that's backwards. Lower brightness. Lower brightness. Oh my god, that one's backwards. Oh my god. I want to get one little section done. Kind of get a feel for like what this looks like at scale. I think we're pretty locked in. That's way faster. You just do two, and I like the double light instead of the single in the middle. Yeah, the 2 meter depth with the lights, even the 1 meter slopes would add depth. Yeah, and the lighting too. That's another reason, right? You can hide the lighting. You can countersink the lighting. It's is there an argument for 4 meter ceilings? Absolutely. But I don't know if there really is one for 1 meter, you know? We gotta get this in. Oh, what was the name? Keeping watch on my wife's painting. This one here. We talked about different ideas for a title. She ended up with Keeping Watch. And then did she win? She has yet to submit this. So the show for this doesn't start till next month. So, however, she did submit one in the show for April. And she, I'll show you the, so she needs to be able to click on these. We need to be able to click on these. I'll tell her. You need to be able to click on these and bring them up. I'll tell her. But this one right here, it was the show in April. She did not get a ribbon on this. You still feel like Get Out of My House was better? Perhaps. Maybe Stay Out of My House. She's got some friends that she paints with every Tuesday night. They were not happy that she didn't get a ribbon for this. But I mean, there's 80 paintings. Like, it's fine. Art is subjective. So what are you going to do? What's the going bid? Well, it's up for a show now. So we're going to be scanning it professionally. She may have already had that. No, I don't think she's had it scanned yet. CAT scanned. So that we can make professional prints with a print on demand. So that's going to be up soon. In terms of like purchasing the original, right? The thing that she actually painted, she does sell originals. It won't be available until after the show is over. She's going to submit it to. And there is a chance that it sells at the show. She lists these paintings that she has done for shows. The originals, I think it's like $2,000 for the original. The prints are anywhere from like $70 on like a poster paper to like $250 for like print on canvas framed, right? And then a bunch of stuff in the middle. So it isn't really like a going bid necessarily, but it has to be listed for sale at the show. That's kind of the part of the deal. And so the original would only really be available. I guess she could pre-sell it. I'm not sure how the rules work, but yeah, it'll be listed for sale while the show is taking place in the month of May. So I think at end of May, the original will be open. I'm still figuring that stuff out. But the prints should be up in a couple of weeks. Oh, okay. What was I doing? I was doing this. Works for me. I will be right back. We'll turn up the music while I'm gone. All right, we're back. Just needed a short break. Sushi Cat. Speaking of cats, the original one is worth that. Yeah. I mean, she's in starting out artist, but not starving artist. Like, she doesn't need to pump out paintings to pay the rent. That's what I'm for. Okay. So the originals need to be priced to where, you know, now, there's a guy, we're talking about art. Check out this guy. This guy's been doing art for a long time, right? He is very skilled. I mean, it's ridiculous, right? He does wildlife. He does the actual animals. Very realistic, right? Let's take a look at what his originals sell for. Yeah, 5,500. He's at 5,500 right now for his originals, right? So, you know, in 10 years, could she get up to this? Absolutely, right? Look at this thing. This is a 48 by 48. That's 20,000. This is huge. 48 inches by 48. It's huge. It's $20,000. So this guy's stuff is really, you know, really up there. Starving artist. Well, you know, I just mean in the sense where her stuff doesn't have to sell, right? It's not like she has to move a certain number of units per month so that she can make rent. Does that make sense? How about Paintin? Pantian? All right. I realized when I stepped away that I made an error here. Wait. Is there an error here? Yeah, there is. Must pay the kin tax. Well, if we're talking about her, she pays. She has to put up with me. For a hex code for a kind of white violet light. I have my blue. That could be a start, and you could up the red. Right, I've got this blue here. If I wanted a white violet, something like that. Hey, thank you for the follow. It's barely violet. I mean, but it is. You can go a little more. You want to try a little bit more? Yeah, that's a little bit more visibly violet, I think. The DFC6FFFF. I'll post it in the Twitch chat. And anybody on YouTube that's interested. Yeah, it's a starting place at least. Start there and adjust. You know, we could stick some of the this is gonna work. Okay. Yeah. I know. No, I know. We were talking about it last stream about the wildness of Midwestern weather. It has some of the most extreme weather, if not the most extreme weather in all of the world. All right, so what do we do? We've almost got this thing licked. We've got our design. I like it. It is flexible, but specific enough to allow us some really clean and unique looks. We should be able to apply this on each floor uniquely. The question is, how much room do we need 1, 2, 3. I don't know if you can tell where I'm going with this. Three. 1, 2, 3. This could have been a song that I turned it up. It's a nice one. I get the Lumen ghosting. I'm not sure. Five, 5, 4. When you nudge, you see it. Oh, like the like the glow of the pre-built like the glow of the hologram in the Lumen world. 7.5. It's unfortunate. Surplus lover, thank you, thank you. Oh, Andrio, sorry, I missed your question. And hi, surplus lover. When you record in OBS, does it need lots of space? I do, yeah. Yeah. I have invested in a lot of storage space. I have a lot of storage space available to me. A lot. But I hold on to my recordings way longer than I should because I'm having a hard time getting everything edited. So it takes me forever to edit things. And looks really clean so far. Thank you. That's what we're trying for here. I have to let it go. All right, I think we do 2 sections and we bifurcate this. All right, how many do we get here? Just trying to think. That feels right. It's 8. We need 28, so 20 more. That's nice. I like that. We stack out 20 there. I know where this is going. I know exactly where this is going, which is why I needed to answer this question. I already know the answer. Four rows is only 5, guys. There's our 20. What, we break it here? Assemblers. It's a lot of space for 12 assemblers. Assemblers are bigger. That's pretty tight. $20 divided by 3, we could do 21. We could go out 7. Just do a middle row. This successfully stacks us out to here. We cut in there. Okay, that feels better. $12 assemblers. I mean, we go 6 and 6, right? Give me 2 meters actually. Oh, that one can't. Neither can that one. That one can. I'm doing it this way because I like having center lines with the foundations. It creates other problems, but I'm more okay with those problems than not having a center line. I like this playlist. Oh, where's my cut? Where's my cut? You think what you were looking for was more C5 COFF. Are you going 3 or 2? Cube. Oh, you said emission 3 and glossy. That's what I had. Yeah, that's nice. I like that. Andreo, I was afraid that I need a lot of space. Can portable hard drives be used with a few terabytes of memory, or should one have a section of 612 terabytes? Okay, so you need to have, if you can, right? I mean, all this is subject to you being able to afford it. You only have 500 gigs. It's tough. I would suggest editing off of off of an NVMe. All right, because of the speed, right? If you can get a 2, get a 2. If you can get a 4, get a 4. I've got an 8. Okay. Do your edits off of an NVMe because and your frankly, your operating system and the programs that you access the most often all need to be on motherboard installed NVMe. Right? Now, storing the videos before you edit them, could those be on a portable hard drive? Yes, absolutely. But unless you've got, so I have this SanDisk fast portable hard drive. This is the fast boy. I think so. 3.2 Gen 2. I think this is it. They got a fast one and a slow one. The problem is you can't use the fast one if you don't have a specific port on your motherboard. It's the 40x40s or something like that. It's the 3.2 Gen 2s. You have to have that. And if you have that, then you can get one of these. And this I have edited off of, and it's pretty good. It's pretty good. It can work. You got one M.2 that has 7 gigabytes per second. Yeah, I mean it's fast. The NVMe's are so fast. These can work if you have the fast one and you have the really fast interface. Otherwise, I would not directly edit footage. Now, you can do proxies. Are you using DaVinci? Because you can make proxies and then edit off of anything. If you make proxies and then use them for yourself, then you can edit off of anything, and your read time is fast enough that you can bop all around, and it's not like it doesn't make you want to shoot yourself. So that's really the choice, right? You can edit off of a portable if it's got the fast one. Otherwise, I would use proxies or an NVMe. Yeah. Well, and that's the other thing. You may just, I honestly get enough space. If you can't afford a nice, 2 terabyte, 4 terabyte NVMe, get what you can afford and make proxies. Again, if it's DaVinci, we all have to work with what we have, but proxies solves so many problems while editing in DaVinci Resolve. It is truly ridiculous. And if you don't know, like, you know, it's one of those things, right? You don't know till you know. But definitely use proxies, and use if you. I'm assuming that you use DaVinci. But there's a program. Where is it? Where did it load? Is it still loading? There we go. Blackmagic proxy generator. And what you can do is you can set this to work when you are when you're asleep. You stacked a whole bunch of glass floors together with a light in the middle, and it made an infinity mirror effect. That's cool. And so you can do it. You can also be editing other stuff while you generate proxies. And proxies, if you don't know, they are just like half res, lower quality versions of the same footage. And then when you're editing, your editor uses the lower quality footage for you so that you can jump around and edit quickly. And so it doesn't destroy your computer. Or you don't need a super good computer. And then when you render, it says, hey, we know that you were using this shitty version to do the editing, but now that you're ready to render, let's go ahead and put in the good footage. Now your rendering will take a long time, but that's okay. Like, who cares? Right? Who cares if the rendering takes a while? Do you guys think about now, except for here, I don't know, it adds too much complexity. Yeah, because we have these we have to deal with. You would like to try to start streaming and making videos? Well, yeah, there is a lot of channels. I would focus on gaming channels, but there's a lot out there that can help you. I would focus, and also, here's my best advice if you want to start streaming. These are backwards. Study people that already have the audience of the type of content that you are watching. All right, so for me, and then basically steal their format and then just do it your way. Right? So who did I steal? Mostly what Darren plays. Okay, I live streamed, and then I took the live streams and I edited down about 1 hour videos that showed a lot of building, more building than some other creators. That's when I started my channel. Right, that was my plan when I started the channel. Now, nobody would think that I am and I took a little bit from Bits, a little bit from Kibitz, and like 50% probably from what Darren plays. Nobody is gonna say that I have a channel exactly like what Darren plays. No, you don't steal the content. That's not what I said. Did I say that? I said steal their process. You want to go after somebody that has the same audience that you do, because YouTube, so 1 hour videos that show more building and have less crazy cuts. I'm not stealing his content. I'm making my own factory. I'm my own person. Right? So I know you're kidding. I can't steal his content. All my content is me. But what I can do is I can say, hey, he has an audience that likes 1 hour videos that show more building and less crazy cuts and that are a little bit more chill. I like videos that are more like an hour and right. So that's how I'm going to set up my channel. Does that make sense? He's done the work for me. He's done the hard work for me. Right. And then YouTube, right, is going to be, there's going to be people that watch what Darren plays. And then his videos. And then they're also going to watch my videos. And then YouTube is going to be like, oh, hey, people that like what Darren plays videos also like construction videos. And then that gives me kind of like a pipeline of audience, right? I'm still doing everything my way, but I'm studying what is working. Or I could go the Kibitz route. I could go 30-minute videos that have a little bit less building and are a little bit faster paced and a little bit less episodic, right? You don't have to binge all of Kibitz videos. You could just pick one up, right? And they're more about the following the whole process, like as a concept, rather than learning how to build what he builds. So you just have to, and I'm just using Satisfactory as an example. If you want to make Minecraft videos, okay, do research and figure out what, do you want to do live? The first question is live streams or videos or both. Where do those videos come from? Are you recording videos separately? Are you recording your live streams as you live stream? Right? You have to ask all these questions. But the biggest thing is don't reinvent the wheel. There's no reason to reinvent the wheel. All you need to do is take how other people have formulated their channel and do that formulation, that organization with your content, with yourself. Yeah, I knew he was kidding. It's all good. Well, and building an audience, I am admittedly, kind of stealing one, right? I am making it easy for YouTube to give me that audience. We need 6 in here. That would be 5. Things got a little tight. All right, make it easy for YouTube to find your viewers. And let somebody else go through all the hard work and pain of building, of figuring out what does and doesn't work. And I mean, you can just look at it. You can go through what Darren plays, what his thumbnails look like, and what Kibitz's thumbnails look like, and what Bits' thumbnails look like. Ask yourself, do my thumbnails look more like Bits and Kibitz, or do they look more like what Darren plays? They look more like what Darren plays, but they don't look exactly like his. They're my style, but they're more like his, right? And if you notice, Bits and Kibitz have very similar thumbnail styles, right? So it is all that stuff together. This is a little tight, boys. We could easily do 10 here. You just have to do a tiny bit of overclocking. Kibitz makes his videos of it. He does. He does. And his audience is a little different than mine. Kibitz's audience is people that played Satisfactory a little bit and want to scratch the itch, but they don't have time to play it themselves. And that's a bigger audience than my audience, which is more like people that are actively playing. Kibitz doesn't really give tips and tricks. Kibitz gives like the journey, right? A more top-down view of his journey. And you can follow along his journey and feel like you're building a giant ass world with him, and you only have to spend half an hour a week doing it, right? You can vicariously build a giant ass world through him with a small amount of time. I, however, am more like focused on people who are actively playing right now, right? Or want to play again, have the time to watch me and have the time to play. I have a much smaller audience, right? Now, does that mean I can't expand now that I've got my foot in the door and I'm more established? Absolutely. I can make changes. I can evolve. This was just when I got started, I needed something very, very, very specific so that YouTube knew what kind of people to send my content to. Does that make sense? And then once you're monetized, you got, 5,000, 10,000 subs. It doesn't matter. You can change, you pivot, expand, right? That's how they do that. Let's go to 5. We'll go to 5 on this. In each row. That's much cleaner. It also matters, like, how much time do you have to dedicate? I'm not a full-time streamer, right? So there's just certain things that are really difficult for me to do. But I can take a big chunk of it. I think our machines are down, boys. It's too hard for us, the pleb viewers. Mr. Kin, show us the way. Oh, I try. Some of you are beyond saving, if I'm gonna be honest. You are explaining in such a good way. Thank you. I appreciate that. Well, and that's sort of my thing, right? I'm a little bit more, at least the live streams. I am struggling right now to figure out where my YouTube videos, what is that? You know? What does that look like now? Because the editing style that I was doing was unsustainable for me. I've talked about it on the channel. I couldn't keep doing it. I was burnout is what was happening to me is beyond burnout. And I had to stop. I couldn't. It was great as a super fuel to get my channel up and running and monetized, but I had to pull back after that. Guys, we have our layout. This is a very nice, clean factory. Is there more room than we need? Absolutely there is. But I think this feels good. Yeah, we're definitely going to do a ring around the rosy here for sure. For sure. How's my time? We are doing 2 Easters this year. As you know, I have 5 kids, and Easter is definitely a kid holiday. Gotta find some eggs, you know, have a bunch of food. Yeah, I think we bring this in. We are going to my wife's grandmother. I have a grandparent that is still alive. My wife has a grandparent that is still alive. They have I would say a relatively modest walnut orchard. It's still very big, but it's not, it's not insane, but it's decently sized. Up in, if you don't know, California grows a lot of food, and they are up in north of Sacramento in the valley and just pumping out walnuts. And so it's a place the kids really love to go, see their great grandparents. Both her grandmother and her grandfather are still alive. And then I have a grandmother who's still alive, right? So that's 2 great grandparents. just above the, right here and right here. And so we're headed up there. I have to get up. I can't sleep till like noon or like 2. I have, after these late night streams, I have slept till 4 in the afternoon. It really F's me up though when when I do that. The 4 o'clock. 2 o'clock I can handle. It's not too horrifying. But we gotta leave. Point being, I'm not gonna be. We're at 4.5. I'll try to go maybe 6-7 hours here, but we probably won't make 8 tonight. Meaning I cannot fully finish this, including all of the everything tonight. I don't think, but we'll do what we can do. I think I chopped this one. Oh, this is wrong. I'm trying to make some rules to live by here. We can do all the cosmetics. Get all this lighting in. And then we build out all the logistics tomorrow. It'll be a little bit of the same thing Saturday night because we're doing our Easter on Sunday. So we're gonna watch the 10 Commandments, the old one. Charlton Heston. It's kind of a family tradition. It's like a 5-hour movie. What I should do here. Wonder how I solve this crossing issue. And what, if any, like long-term rule, oh my God, I keep doing that wrong, do I institute? I can say no 4-way junctions. Provide the alternate, right? So we already have a way to go across. So I think that makes sense. Does that make sense to you? Provide the alternate option. I don't know. Maybe I just go by feel. Ooh, this is gonna be a 4-way actually. So I did kind of break my own rule here. But we are breaking. This isn't actually. Yeah. Interesting. Well, makes sense to break the rule that I just gave myself in this instance. We're also going to need to have a talk about how we get up onto these. You know, and there's several places that we can do that. You know, anywhere we have extra space. This will be a mounting position, right? Over here, I think. Right, this one's an easy one. Right, because it's end of the road. End of the road for you. And then on these ends, we can go down. Right, so we can have some of these end of the roads go down, and we can have some go up. Some of these are going to be intersecting with lights underneath. We'll tackle that when the time comes. Do we need a crossing here? I don't necessarily know yet. The other thing I can do too is I can lay out the very obvious, like, yeah, we definitely need these. And then I can kind of figure out maybe what else we need. Oh, and we can do no lights on these bridges. Maybe. Yeah, just run continuous. Like no lights if we don't want to be walking under lights. We don't walk under lights. I deleted the wrong damn thing. Gonna have a lot of work down here. To clean up the ceiling of the underfloor. Let me just... Let's just place the lights where they make sense, you guys. All right, Cube Wave, have a good night. Instead of working around this regularity of light... Going to be easier and better looking in the end. One meters only. We're going to have a little bit of issue with these bad boys. We could run temporary 2s. Because really, our needs on the main factory floor dictate our needs in the subfloor. I shouldn't really design, I shouldn't throw down the lights first. Which means in the next one that we do, I can set a better starting point for us. Okay, Sooner, you still alive? Storms haven't carried you off? I need a marker. That's all we have to do. And now what I can do is I'll be able to see from down here all the floor holes. We'll build everything with a 1-layer. Hey, Floodballer, going to bed. See ya. I was just checking on you, Okie. Looks like you're still alive, though. Unless you're texting from the center of your tornado. Now it's dark under here, but who cares? And then we go back through and we just make the lights individual. That's a much better workflow, I think. We just do 1 meter shiny white. Lay out the lines, lay out the machines. Put these floor holes in, and then we build what we need underneath after the fact. Otherwise, I'm going to have to like custom move every light. I might as well just not build them in the first place and put them where I want to. And let the shape of the top dictate the lighting underneath. And I mean, and remember, we're going to have to be doing this shit too, right? So it'll make everything look more natural, I think. Let's go ahead and finish this. All right, let's go ahead and make that change now. Let's just bite the bullet and do it. The only exception is where we're playing games with the corners. Now this we've already got built out, I guess, but we might as well just kill it, right? We want to work with a single dimension here. Then we'll add it back in later. And the most important thing is we'll do it even faster on the next floor. I knew I was gonna do that. And that means I can do my little do it. Won't do it everywhere, but we can do it here. So it matches. We could do the center. Yeah, let's go ahead and do the center. So this is the centerpiece, and he gets some extra lovin'. Looks like I did a 2 roll up. That's a 3. That is difficult. It does not like to be nudged in the vertical. It doesn't like to be nudged at all. So we're gonna have to make it in place. Side to side, I guess, is okay. It's a little further away. The other way was better. Okay. A little bit of custom tomfoolery, but not too shabby. Quarter nudge, where are you? Where are you when I need you, quarter nudge? Let's get silly. There's always a way. There's always a way. The only question is, can you be patient enough to find it? Ugh. I have to say, every once in a while, I impress even myself. Hey, Boom Beast, how's it going? Don't mind me, I'm just patting myself on the back. Just go no corner light or no light on that edge. Just double up the lights there. I'd really like to get something in. Oh yeah, we could just go right on here. Middle. real slide action. I mean, we could, right? We could. Well, shit, I hit it in the first try. Well, that was just luck. Absolute luck. Well, as you know, Napoleon Bonaparte once said, it's better to be lucky than to be good. Okay, well, that works. Do you think it's too bright in here? I might take all these lights down a notch. I'm gonna do it. I'm gonna do it right now. It'll help the red show up better. Boom Beast, is this your first time checking out the live stream? I already like that better. It's subtle, but we can see the red better. All right, let's fill in all the gaps here. You know, I think I'm okay with an alternative. I think that's cleaner. Same story here. These are all twos anyway. Get out of here. We don't want you anymore. Oh yeah. Hey, Ray. Hold on, I need to do something. I'm not leaving. You just don't need to see this. I dropped my headphones. It's a mess. Falling apart. All right. Crisis averted. Give me a second. Give me a second. Just a quick second. We were doing an autosave anyway. You must know I'm picking a huge booger. I'm not actually. But I would do this if I had to do that. You're finally home. How did your did you ever like get that shit fixed up on your here we go. Your inspections? I can't remember how that turned out. I'm sure you told me, I just forgot. And it seems like you're working late. How's your is it storming there? Oki was talking about some storms. I think it's the worst in Oklahoma. Oh, they haven't come back to reinspect. They will, and that's an internal one, right? That's like a McDonald's. It's not like independent. I would assume the McDonald's testing is tougher to pass than like, you know, a state inspection. Let's see. No storms right now. Clouds for sure. We had a bit of stormy weather the other day. Yeah, it's internal. Yeah. It's more like a procedures check than it is like a health and safety. Although I'm sure, you know, health and safety is part of it. Because the major reason for good procedures at a restaurant is health and safety, right? Ah! Clearly made an error, guys. Did you spot it? It was a procedure. Yeah. I think we can go same thing here. Yeah, this is just a cleaner way of doing this. You do an Easter egging this weekend with the little one? We could chamfer this edge too. I've been watching machining videos. Machining YouTube. No. Just do the internal. Or we could just do it where there's room. I kinda want to. If you wanna. Ooh, then you gotta. Ooh. You're gonna sub on Tuesday? Well, yeah, because you're off of work. All right. Bear with me because this has relevance. All right. As many of you know, I have a smoker. I make briskets. I have a pellet smoker. I also have a offset smoker, a big one. I just don't really know how to use it. I've got this bad boy. I got the orange one. Where's a good picture? This is a good picture. Okay, so it was all cleaned out, cleaned, ready to go. This was a couple of weeks ago. We were cooking a brisket in it. A few hours in, the fire had worked its way up into the box, which is bad, right? And it starts smoldering and smoke starts coming out of the box. Very bad, right? Because the box has all of the pellets in it. It could all light on fire and destroy everything, right? There's a screw action that slowly feeds pellets and they drop down. They come through here and they drop down and they burn down here. Well, for whatever reason, they weren't burning correctly, and the mechanical brain was pushing more pellets because it's like, oh, it's too low. I'll give it more fuel, and it created a feedback loop where it gave it too much fuel, and it filled the screw, right? And then the smolder went through the screw all the way up into the box. Well, usually that happens when you leave too much ash down at the bottom. You don't clean it out, but we cleaned it out. So I was like, oh my gosh, like what's wrong? Because it was cleaned out. This should not happen, right? Well, the thermometer, which is right here, was covered in grease. Okay, I think that may have played a little bit of a part, but I was like, that doesn't make sense. And then I was like, the only other thing, right? There's thermometer and there's airflow. Is there no, like, what is wrong? Like, is there? And I was like, Minikin, I didn't call her Minikin. I called her name. Will you check the stack, the smokestack? There was a giant plastic egg jammed into this corner from the prior Easter. I don't know how long it's been working inappropriately. I mean, so actually I do. The prior Easter, it's been a year. Some dumbass, probably one of my children, jammed one of those big plastic eggs down into this tube, and it was right there. And it was so covered in soot, like you couldn't even see it. And we've been using this, so I don't know if we just got lucky or what, but it definitely wasn't burning like correctly. Because there's a fan in here too, right? There's a fan, and then that controls the temperature by airflow, and by the adding more fuel. It's worked perfectly ever since. So yes, this Easter, no Easter eggs in no plastic Easter eggs. It was a big one too. It wasn't like egg size. It was like freaking ostrich egg size. So yeah, good times. You know, it'd be fun. You want to go someplace fun? Want to go to Taco Bell? Yeah, we're definitely running back there. Gots to run back there. For the record, as a reminder, we don't celebrate the religious aspect of Easter. No, it's all good. Not everybody celebrates the religious aspect of, Christmas. All right, we'll create some pathways to get up to this floor in some of this dead area. And maybe here too. You know, like maybe a little something like this. A double. can't do this. It breaks the pattern. Not a fan. This is looking good. Except for this. Aw. Ew. I can live with that. Okay. I think this makes the most sense. This is turning out awesome. Okay. I think this works. No, no, no. That's much better. Auto save. No red lights towards the center. So it's a mistake on my part there. Towards like the center between these two. You know? Could use a way to get up. Combo would be really awesome. Can I design something? Am I capable? I could do a onesie, one each. Honestly, that's the solution. We can leave it open like this, though. Yeah, that's our solution here. Except where we have more room. Like, obviously, you know, where we have more room is nice. Oh my god. Forgot. I put stairs there. Oh my god. Yeah, this is the right solution. I also like the little dead ends we have. All right, are we done with this type of work? I think we are. All of our rails are in place. Yeah, our catwalks. We have a couple more. We have these, but these are just cosmetic catwalks. Let's be fair. All of these are cosmetic catwalks. I could do a run across the top. Well, now they won't be cosmetic. I can't help myself. Let's be honest. In the last factory, we meshed together much worse monstrosities. Can't do that one. Not too shabby. I'll think about that. In the middle. I think it's coming along. We'll have to remember this little setup on other floors when we use refineries. We're gonna make this thing cosmetically complete tonight, I think. This floor. You know what I just realized? You know what I want? I'll tell you what I want. What I really, really want. Here's the spot for it. May have to redo this, which is okay. Honestly, I am not super happy with this. Let's kill this. We need to water feed from a higher point into these machines. And this is how we're going to do it. I was gonna do this and then I forgot. Actually, let's face them all out. doing? I'm this way too hard on myself. We're not gonna have room for little bro. We need room for little bro. Fluids always need to be their color. So that we can quickly know what we're dealing with. All right. Butt's starting to hurt. Oh, how's our stream? 610? There's still a lot I wanted to do tonight. All right. All right. Let's just do it. You know what? Even if we don't need them. Oh my God, are those backwards? I would be out my mind. We're not going to do the pipe work. But we can do these. Got to figure out what are we doing with power. Another thing we need before we put that second layer on underneath, we need to run all the power. That, again, not tonight, but that's good to remember. It's important. I forgot to do these. I don't think I've made a blueprint this, sorry, I don't think I've made a factory this way since the shard. I've been doing like mass blueprint components ever since. You can go shiny all the way around. Oh my gosh, guys. Big news. You ready? Bill Gates. He's here with us on YouTube, in the YouTube chat. I know, right? Hard to believe. You know what? I said I was gonna make that blue because it's water. I can't stand it. It's way out of place. It's being changed. Much better. Okay. 2 things left to do tonight, and this will be cosmetically complete. We got to do the blueprint lighting. 3 kind of. We have to do the blueprint lighting under the catwalks. Mostly it's going to be building the same stuff and deleting the extras and figuring out how to fiddle with the weird intersections. Then we have to do the same thing but for the rails. And then the third thing, which is kind of a pain, is we have to fix all of these diagonals. There's not too many. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 to do, but they're a little bit of a pain. So, in fact, let's do those ones first, just so that I try to do the difficult things to, because the more I stream, the more tired I get. So. Now it's backwards. How are you doing, Mr. Bill Gates? do I do about this light problem? Do we go light some corners or no? What the hell? What the hell is that? Much faster. We doubled up the lights. Okay. It will be what it'll be. If there's one on the edge, great. If not, we'll double up. Just like this. Let's make it, if we can, because this one is near, let's make it match and be off the edge. Because, you know, it's near the front entrance here. All right, do we have the... Nope, we gotta do this one. We really need a short version. Let's build a quick shorty. All right, we'll put the tube row in the second slot. Okay, that's correct. Again, we'll make the one that is... They're all doubles. Yep. Okay. This one will be slightly off, but it's fine. Okay. We have 5 of these to do. What if we do them assembly line style, so I don't have to remember the process a shit ton of times? Nope, 2. This is why I try not to do complicated things late. Hello, DKG Gaming. First time chatter on Twitch. I'm just over here, you know, having a little meltdown because I built all of this in the wrong spot. Actually don't need any of this back here. Don't mind me, I'm just screwing up. It's okay though. Well practiced. It goes here, ya big doof. Not here. Actually goes here. I think. Actually, this can't be a walkway. Means neither can this, neither can this. We can throw that chamfer on there if we want. There's no corresponding walkway. But there is one here. So delete. Actually delete. How are you doing, DKG Gaming? All right. All right, that's what we do on this round. Pretty easy peasy lemon squeezy. I think we can delete this. All right, as we said, let's just go ahead and finish this because it's bothering me. We're getting far afield here. Let's keep on keeping on. Doing this one first makes it easier. Okay. Now, how did I do this? Do inside. One in the center. Can't remember what I did. Oh, I guessed. Remember? And I was like, oh yeah, I'm good. I don't know why I didn't do that. It's much better. All right. One down. I want to know how we select building from middle mouse button. How do we do the same with the blueprint? You switch to the delete mode. All right, so you know how if you're going to delete a blueprint, so you go into delete mode and what is it? R. I think it's R for you. It's R for me. But whatever, however you switch delete mode. And now when I middle mouse button, blueprint. Now when I middle mouse button, sign label. Make sense? Inside, down, Up in there. Good. Delete, delete. Rotate. Boom, boom. Yeah, you're welcome. Come on. Oh, sorry. Two to go. Two to go. Ah. Okay, the lit chamfers are done. All right, let's put aside the rails for now, and let's do the upper lighting. Ugh. All right, what's our rule? Our rule is no red lights over anywhere that we walk directly. Okay, we can have shine. They're not red, actually. No. I need a 2-meter version of this too. Not meter, to foundation. Right, which is 4 rails. we'll put that in my second slot. And now between the two of them, I can bust out long one, short one, long one, short one. All right, let's start in this corner. Should I make that red? We have so much white light. Is that too much? Anybody with me tonight? We have white light from the ceiling. What are you making? We are making, why is that freaking out? I built this one backwards. We're setting up a factory floor. That's backwards again. For the first floor in the Phase 5 factory. This is actually for aluminum. It's got 7 or 8 floors. But we're also, because it's the first floor, we're working on design, right? We're asking design questions. I think I like the red. You definitely get a better glow on these machines. Oh, let's turn on the setting that I keep forgetting to add to my engine file. Let's see what it looks like there, because we are going to permanently add it. I'm looking for it. Hold on. I need to permanently add it. I keep forgetting. Here it is. Console command r dot lumen reflections smooth bias. And we liked 0.5. There we go. So this is what this factory is going to look like. I think I like the red glow too much. All right, final call. Any thoughts? Switching that over. Because we have general clean bluish light. Yeah. Okay. We're going to switch it over. All right. It's a little much, but what are factories for? Gotta build some crazy shit. Knew that autosave was coming. Felt it way down in my plums. All right, let's roll the perimeter out. Trying to treat all these corners the same. You know, all these little spaces the same. All right. Drinking coffee, apparently. Let's go ahead and bust a long one here. Another long one. All right, all cleaned up. All right. There's too much to do. I can't get all that lighting in and all the rails in tonight. It's another hour and a half. So what are we going to do? I am going to do what I need to do. To take a badass thumbnail. All right, that's what we're gonna do. There's just too much, and I have family stuff in the morning, and let me tell you, I need to be well rested in order to deal with the in-laws. You know what I'm saying? You know what I'm saying. So we're gonna kind of do this corner over here to completion rather than do the whole thing partway. I got that wrong. Baby. No. Let's do this one by hand. I was trying to push so that we got everything done. And we can get like a full scale shot. But that's okay. We'll do a full scale shot on tomorrow's thumbnail. Because I am streaming again on Saturday night / Sunday morning, depending on which part of the world you are living. Let's go ahead and do all this front, these double rows down here. All right. finish off these double rows. And then the railings as well. 1, 2. Perfect. Corner. All right, obviously, we're going to delete this stuff. This is actually going really fast for how complex this is. Because I've tried to, make a plan. You stick to the plan. Your blueprints, have some thought behind them in terms of repeatability can come together pretty quick. But there's still so much to do. And I'm a little out of time, but we have gotten a lot done. So nothing to be ashamed about. Something feels a little wrong somewhere. Well, this should be square. I'm not sure what happened. See, this one's right. I don't know why that one's sticking in deeper, but I'm not going to worry about it right now. That's the solution. Let's finish off this little piece, and this will be good enough for us. No light directly over where we walk. interesting problem. All right, let's grab this color here. That is not the right height. That is. Looking good. All right. Are we missing anything? Yes, we're missing the rest of this. We got to get these rails in. Any other of these lights, because we can switch our blueprint quick buttons. All right, we want long rail, short rail. That's the short rail, and that's the long rail. Right? Ah, damn it, it's backwards. Nice. Oh my lord. Wait, no, it's not backwards. I was like, it's backwards again, but it's correct. We have a little crossover fun here, I think. On an outside corner like that, I think that works. Inside corner, though, we're gonna bring these in. Just knock that in. Knock that in. Gotcha. All right. All right. Ooh, this is the song we turned it up. Here, we're gonna do it one more time. No talking. All right. That was a great day. Really good day. We got all this figured out. We did design work and we laid everything out and we got most of this stuff in. I've been going for 7 hours and 40 minutes. I am quite tired. And we're going to hit this some more tomorrow. By the end of tomorrow, obviously, we're going to have all the rest of the cosmetics in. And we also have to do the power. And we have to get the subfloor under control. A lot of work on the subfloor to do. There's some mistakes there, I see. So we'll have to work on that. And we got to get the lighting in, and then we can hook all the machines up. Okay, so tomorrow is floor 1, day 2. If I can get 1.5 floors done a week, how many floors do we have here? 7 floors. Hopefully we don't have to use the Ken effed up floor. Okay, maybe a month. We knock out all the floors. Then we have to do the basement, the subway. And then we have to get the train set up. It's maybe another week. So I'd say 6 weeks to finish this factory. I'm finishing it by end of May. And then a couple of weeks to do various fix up and You know, probably more than a couple weeks, probably a month. I would say 2 months. We're close. You never know. It might go to 3, but we might bust these floors out really fast. So either way, we're all finished for the evening. We've got our beautiful thumbnail. That is VOD 159. In the bag. All right, if you're still with me guys tonight, first of all, I really appreciate it. Thank you for all the follows on Twitch today. I'm sure I got some subs on YouTube as well. What I would appreciate, if you're on YouTube, a like on the VOD would be amazing. And then on Twitch, we are gonna raid. We always raid into the same game. All right, let's check this guy. Just checking on English. We're good. All right, guys. Appreciate it. We got a guy that's rated me in the past, so always fun to return the favor. And I'll see you guys in about 16 hours or so. Have a good night.